This is the story of a man named Stan. All of his co-workers were gone.
I should have set the time for yesterday.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I no longer jump anymore. Thank God.
When Stanley came to a set of two open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. Eager to get back to business,
I haven't played the Stanley Parable yesterday, so...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired
How
years
did you
ago.
shut it? I'll get to the new content stuff. First, I need to get to all the
Look,
endings.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been a... Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see, there's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I've been for this moment.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
What the fuck? Worldwide leaderboard. Oh. Yeah, the timing's a bit different. I'm embarrassed.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of the new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Oh no!
Taking a look
That
at it,
can't be
would you?
good.
Perfect.
Oh, I stuck
Let
the
me
baby
boot it up.
one. Fuck.
In this game, the baby crawls left.
I know
towards
what to do,
danger.
Kevin.
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail.
I did this in Rec Room.
All about the
Piss me off.
desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you
Basically,
give
you're
it 4
playing
hours
God.
of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I've trained my entire record career for this. I didn't even start a timer. I'm saying for 40 hours because it's starting to be a pain in my ass. Really shorten the fucking timer. Old idiot. I would use Toei. I would use Toei. But Susan is an insufferable little cunt! Susan Wojcicki, if you weren't fired from YouTube and I was taking over, you would have been a bitch! Oh, shoot, the baby! Shut it, Susan! If this was your kid, I would have dropped him in the fire years ago. And I would erase that child. Susan, you don't think I can be a king and also an Oma at the same time? I am a god and you are nothing! Get all these endings. Nothing you can do to stop me. You don't know nothing about what the other small country creators are doing. They play Fortnite non-stop. I will erase that game when I get to it first. I'm not going to do new content, Kevin. Not yet. Going to 100% family, OG, and then the OG Deluxe content. You can't make me do this kind of bullshit. I will drop this child. Actual toddler, not Tommy, not found. I will drop this dream as a moth baby in the fucking fire. I will punch Wilbur Good in the dick. I hate this end scene. I wanna keep the fucking baby safe. I will drop kick Susan with just these children in a fireplace. I will punch the lizard in the dick. Mark Zuckerberg can burn in a fire. I am starting to lose my temper. Sure, I'm going to stream this, but every time, I keep being reminded of that fucking speedrun trophy. It pissed me off.
that enthusiasm. Keep it up, Stanley. Just 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. more. Although I find it hard not to believe you're simply running a program to click the button over and over automatically, which kind of ruins the point of the game, don't you think? Wouldn't that take the art out of it? You can tell me in your post-play test analysis. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Then he pushed the number 4. Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door. When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. Stanley stood on the snow. Stanley pushed the number 6. Stanley stood on the snow. Over the bridge. Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. You win. Congratulations. You did it. I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Where he was supposed to be in the story. Stanley jumped in the river. Let's see. Stanley walked through the green door. Then he pushed the number 4. Stanley pushed the number 6. Then he pushed the number 8. Stanley stood on the snow.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. New content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer... Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, here we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it. I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if the... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle. Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend? Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, seul sur l'abri des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour. C'est là, dans la mémorisation, où je me remémore les jours où je t'ai rencontré, mon amour. Mais ici, c'est aussi où je me souviens de la sortie de The Stanley Parable. C'était en 2013, un très bon jeu vidéo, du moins après les journaux, mon amour.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something! Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Je suis dans la mémoire zone.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then
Prince
succeeds
Kevin,
to be
I love it
every
that you
game
did it.
ever created." Did you hear that, Stat?
Kevin Braley, I'm sorry I got mad at you. I just really hate that stupid baby game piece of crap. It made me pissed, and I missed out on the another endings. And I'm really ashamed. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3.
I just want to take
It
the
was
snapshot
all
on
of them.
Persona
And
3
now,
again.
it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Okay, remember, don't go in there. The original remake.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
I agree. But hey, some legacies may have to come to an end someday. The stories still live on in people's heads. I give this game a 5 stars because that's one step in giving some games respect. And I remember last time because I somehow did a bug, and this is how I do it: jump, jump, crouch, fall through. Which I'm not going to do. I already did that here on stream.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
What's to do with these two pictures? Oh, it's the old office and the serious room. I've been there before. Well, in reference. The Joyce's mind control facility. Oh, there's the portal rooms. Aww. Now we're heading to the deep, dark truth.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Something unholy.
Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely
Bad
these reviews were
reviews.
glowing as well, weren't they?
House of Gas reviews. Oh God. Wait, ain't that one from Steam? Oh, God.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
This is unholy. Kevin. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Your ghost is hot. Oh God, I'm gonna be sick. Oh my good God. Sure, they're censored, but Jesus Christ, everyone! What the fuck's wrong with you people? You people make me sick. Kevin was doing a good job. All Kevins count. Well, not the ones who argue a lot, but...
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I?
No.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
You're not
This is actually
preachy,
quite shocking
Kevin.
for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the
Whoever made
game's
that fucking
dialogue
review,
as being rather
I'll
terse to
find your
begin with.
I'll try my
You
best to
can't know
find
how
your
much fluff
IP
I
address
cut from the
and
game to
fucking
get it
kill
to
you
feel
on
as
the spot
light
for
and
insulting
airy as
Kevin
it
Braley's
was.
work.
I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an
Kevin,
awful memory to have
Kevin,
to
you
hold
need a
on
hug.
to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure,
Oh,
like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
oh, look at that. Look at this piece of shit building. Oh, these were all been for positive reviews. Oh. Oh God.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip
And
button.
whoever and Cookie Night,
A skip
you can
button.
go to hell.
Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
What the?
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Kevin, we don't. Before I do that ending, listen here. You fucking hypocritical pieces of shit. Insult a favorite thing people wanted to see, and I will come for you, and I will grab a knife and cut your fucking throat open. Don't be a dick again. Typical. What the?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
I'm letting
we all
Kevin
until
talk
the end of time,
for
at which
long
time everything all at once,
as
so, now
my
you see, blah, blah,
controller-
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the
I'm
deduction
going to be
therefore
sick.
becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it
I'm
can't
not
be just
killing
yet,
Kevin.
no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more
love
than
you,
forever ago?
but I'm not
which is
gonna
why
kill
I
you
say,
here.
The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by
Susan,
becoming it
Chris,
is, so
Dove,
on and so forth, until
don't
inevitably,
test
we
me.
all until the end of time, at which time everything all
Sure,
at once,
Kevin's
so,
annoying
now you
sometimes.
see, blah, 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 blah,
But-
blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245.
big no-no.
But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back.
Pause the game real quick? This is why I care about people. People I love and the people I trust. Sure, I may get weird sometimes, but that's okay. Sure, my voice skills should have a little bit more work. But sooner or later, people are just gonna hate themselves and hate everything around the world. Like, oh, I want to make these Chinese people ching chang tung kang. And no one would, any normal person would just say, what the fuck are you talking about? Because most of the population on Earth would have been either dead, keeping good times with people, or something. But just no one should be this negative to people. Sure, people may have their dislikes, or people may have some obligations. Sometimes people just want to be weird just for the hell of it. That's all. That is tiny ass chibi. Nice. Also, to the person who said the dancing on mud, no, that's basically a reference to the chili spill scene from The Office. Sure, I haven't watched The Office, but it kind of sounds good to me, and I may want to watch it later. Okay, one of these days I'm gonna have to make a MV unboxing just to compete with Toku Collectibles. I mean, Toku Topics. I mean, you know what I mean. Speaking of which, I have like several. Well, I'm just thinking, like, multiple things. Like, should I get like a certificate, or should I wait? Because the only few items that have keys and gears are with the Akbar Rangers is $78. I thought they were more than that. What day was there? October, September, October. Sure, the picture looks like he's using the updated gear dwinger. I'm surprised they're even using the photos from the original show. But I hope it's not like a joke thing and they still use it. In 01, I want to watch Real X-Eyes and not the ending. And not watch the ending, because my brain is like, if you haven't watched the series, don't fucking bother. One of these days, I really want to win a trip to Japan. That's a good idea, I have an account on this. It doesn't say I'm logged in. Oh, there's a thing that says, oh, it's the stuff I previously ordered. Oh, yeah, because I took the last wafer box. I just remembered. Maybe no more Gamba Rising cards. Or, because I'm pretty much stacked on duplicates. And the Meemails. Ugh, fuck my life. Jesus, why are they so Why in the... Looks like I can only get the original fan favorites. Can I do... Since I'm only doing it first. Let's see if they have a thing for roll to hunt. Oh, damn. Maybe I treated Chess a little too harshly. And it's a good idea. I am looking through the Persona stuff. But Jesus! Ugh. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy any one of the sets. Even the anime core is expensive. Jesus fucking Christ! There's a good workaround with Lupron. Etsy. What can I do for Etsy? I have a shit ton of stuff saved, like an Ichigo poster, a Geo keychain, and a Hojo.
And never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say the story and the choices, or what have you. And therefore, by becoming it is. So on and so forth until
I'm sorry,
inevitably
Kevin.
we all... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look. I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 treatise, manifesto, 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 treatise, manifesto. Well there, Sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time, the additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time, the additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time, the additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time, the additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to those who have ever erred in their judgment. You are not beyond redemption. You may change, and you may become more, so much more than you were before. If there is any message to be taken from the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, it is this. What a fortune, a privilege, a joy it is to have had such an experience. It leaves me hopeful that as a community, as a world, there is time for us to become our greatest selves, as great as we ever could dream of in our wildest, most ambitious visions for a brighter future. Wow. Now, Stanley, that's a review. It's perfect. It's the perfect review. It's the review I've always dreamed of receiving. I have to read it again. It's simply too wonderful. I have to experience this just one more time. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Yes, sir.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door, as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Just don't do anything. Just follow what Kevin said. We'll be fine. Wait, how much longer since I pressed it? Oh shit. Whatever I do, don't press the skip button. Oh, hi, hi, LJ. What's up? Angel, we may have a problem. Yeah, I know, it's Mass Swinger. No, not that. Spy Ninjas are on their way. I haven't had enough time to make an invite or a calling card. Just... I don't know. I'm scared. I feel like I fucked everything up. I got mad, and I feel like I don't want to kill Kevin Rayleigh. I refuse. Wait, Kevin Rayleigh, ain't that the narrator from Stanley Parable? Yeah. Oh. Should me and LJ just leave you in the room for a bit? Mm-hmm. We'll leave you alone. Let's just leave Angel alone and I hope I didn't move to the button. I swear to God.
Sounds like a lot of baloney. Yeah, sounds like it should act.
I'm gonna get sued by Toei, but I'm just gonna pass the time. Let's just have a little mini concert. Miyagu no shi sugiru no rekishi ga kagayakite shizu no shizu kan I want to play Kuga now. More necessary. Kuga, energy. No fear, no pain. It's weird that I'm only finding like bits and pieces of the album. Oh well. Shoka, Shigaku no Kunuda, Waraya o negaraku no ikae, Sekai no heiwa o mamoru tame, Yori hakai, Azuri kamen no bifuri, Damu taifun, Iroshiraku. X, so you can get holding no nawa Amazon Nahida Hongo Nigai. Hoil, 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 rider. And let's fight, hey, and let's fight. Victory ride. Come in, Nighter, come in, Nighter, Black Goddess. I'm not doing the movie trilogy, no. I love doing Ryuki because I can't even do Beverly's. Alright, who is talking on the Shukins for fun of? Oh, it's you. It's been a while, Shuking. or more like minutes or years in Stanley Parable time. How have you been, buddy? Currently I'm playing the Stanley Parable like I just said. Also, do not convince me to press the button. It will kill Kevin Braley. Sorry. I'm a little off today. But I refuse to kill him. Also, have you seen my direct? It came with a free net movie. Plus, I added a little skit while doing the stream where I had to tell Shadow Angel, and he's probably gonna do it anyways, pressing the button. I'm not! Shadow, how many times am I going to tell you this in my own subconscious? Do not press it. Well, you enable jumping, so... Oh, fuck me. We're not doing that song! No! Now I'm just missing some... Oh! I'm gonna show it, talking to town it. No one be the one, alright, this is what you do. Wanna touch you just to know you gotta be the one. You know why, alright, going home now, closer, I'll be your stomach to be the next day of honey. You have a concert, you know the way on. First lights passing down the new line. I'm gonna see how you are. You say the light, burning like a fire. Can't take it like it, so there you are. We're not a ball, we're not together, we're together. You never know. Shout. Nighter, kick. Come in, nighter, come in, nighter, just revive me like the other day. I like Casey. I like Overquartzer. It has the best scene ever. I don't control. Shooting charge! Omega Drive! Into the break. Perfect! You will protect the place where everyone belongs. Lightning bolt. Soka Maximum Drive. The finisher. Comes right up. Let's finish this. Woo. It's fine. It's a cycle. Wake up. Full throttle speed! Oh, it's a scax! Greater kick. It's no fear, no pain, the legacy of Heisei. No fear, no pain, to rescue this world. Come on, Filtrio, save the multiverse. Come on, let's set everyone's memory free. The legacy of Heisei with no fear, no pain. Someone really needs to. Oh God! Someone really. Can someone make lyrics for the ultimate Rider Kick? Heisei Rider Kick? Sure, we got the Omashio form version, but come on, Toei! We gotta have something cool. Sure, the stream's gonna get soon. I won't take you down. But for God's sake, Toei, have lyrics for the 2 Rider Kick versions. It sounds so fucking good. King finish time. Ha! Bum, 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 bum. King time break. Heisei Rider Kick! Heisei Riders! Come on, it is a cool Rider Kick! Give me a break! That's not... He's not coming back. I'm not giving up hope, but I'm afraid I have to do this again.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. And my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
I know.
I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to
Same
alter
here.
and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone. That I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety, that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever
I feel like
says
the two of
about
them
me.
are suffering
The
because of
merest mention
this.
one of my imperfections, and I become as
Swear to
impetulant
God,
as a
if I
child.
find any
Wild and
ignorant
impulsive. I can't help
ignorant
myself.
child
I can't stop myself from
in
lashing
the
out
chat,
with a vengeful fury
I-
to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken.
Who made
if
us
only
like
it
him,
pleases
really?
this one Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh my goodness, I have someone to talk to again.
fuck?
Stanley, I
Everyone
think
sorts
it's
of
been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've
Ken?
already been doing? Me
Ken?
just talking? It isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't
know
hear me once
that
you push
he's
that
probably-
button. That's
Shuking's probably gone.
what I'm
is.
realizing now, Stanley. I'm
God.
realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single...
No. No, Kevin, no! No!
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had...
I hate to see you suffering, Kevin. You know what? Just go closer. How much longer since we've been in here? Kevin.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed. They
Oh God,
gnashed
Kevin
their
is
teeth and
suffering
said,
again. I'm sorry. Longer and longer the button rose upon Stanley and the player and the first. Many times as the narrator, Kevin Braley, keeps suffering, he felt like humanity is killing itself, no matter if this guardian keeps protecting or not. This button is the way to spare Kevin's life and send him to heaven.
The end is never the end, 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 is...
Kevin. The boards are coming undone. No door. No nothing. And as time skipped forward, Stanley realized what the horrible mistake reality has been for his part. Stanley now looks at you, wondering, why is this button even a thing? He killed off the voice in my head. What has my life come to? And just a shadow husk of its former glory. As light broke into the room, it reminds him of his office. Once good and rightful, without this extra content bullshit. Without anything wrong in this world. But yet, Stanley pressed the button again. Years jumped forward in time. As the grassy plains of the outside world, trees, light, the dirt on the ground, insects, and the peace of the world, reset to zero. But yet, Stanley pressed the button again, jumped several years ahead of time, and now it turned to dust. Stanley, frozen, keeps pressing the button, even if the narrator is now dead. The player's curiosity always keeps forward, jumping to enjoyment as the world slowly turns back. Hell has finally risen again. Iron Mouse and malware control this world. As Stanley continually pressing the button, but at last, the button tipped over. History is thrown several years ahead in the future, where everyone is nothing, just a husk. No reviews, no ending. This ending will continue on to the new decade. Then, Stanley's life is about to come to an end, to make way for someone special. Someone's Could this be the end of Stanley's life as a video game character? We just have to wait to see that the end is never the end. Stanley's life is now in the threatening hands, the eyes of the viewer. All that has passed this story will know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh God. I'm not doing Stanley Parable 2. I hurt Kevin too much.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going to do the blow-up ending. Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I haven't done the blow-up ending. I want to do the game testing ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
If this is gonna have to take Kevin Rayleigh to rest, I will. Finally. Huh? Oh, we didn't go to the intro this time. Fuck yeah.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about
Well,
how
I jumped
roundly
forward several
disappointing
years
this
ahead,
ultra-deluxe
smart ass.
version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Finally. Whoa.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully
Wait,
fledged
just listen to
an entirely new experience, built from the ground up.
Whoa.
Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
We want to have this game back, though. Inventive Showcase Show Floor.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress
Oh,
and innovation
yeah. Wow.
and long-term franchising potential.
I'm taking snapshots. Just give me a moment. Wowee. Casting couch. I'm taking another shot. Oh my fucking god. 2. They're back 2 doors. Nice. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Old and fresh. Hot. New hotness. I don't get it. Oh yeah, I haven't done that. Oh shit, I haven't done that baby game ending or an alternate game ending. Fuck it.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Okay. Whoa. Oh, the red. Oh, that red carpet looks sexy. Worse. Hi. Oh yeah, there's no camera here. Fuck. I got a lot of hosting to do. Whoa. Wow.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Huh. What's this one? The play button that says the name of the player that is playing this game. Can it say Angel? I hope. Ooh, dreams. What's this? Nice. Oh,
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
An epilogue. That will appear in the menu. Well, once I'm done with this.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated
Roll
as
to
people.
perfect button.
So with that in mind,
midget,
my first
just right.
addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Can it say Angel? Please say Angel. Please say Angel. Please say Angel. Please say Angel. My username is AngelTheCool2022 on Play. Oh, I better not say that out loud. Someone might be watching. Please say Angel. Please say Angel. Fuck!
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim, playing frisbee on the weekends as Jim, staying up all night for a popcorn and horror movie sleepover as Jim, developing a crippling substance addiction as Jim, rediscovering yourself through fringe religious groups as Jim, and finally, dying a slow death at an old age, surrounded by members of your cult as Jim.
What?
Do you feel it in your soul? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Fuck
If so,
no.
then please step forward and press the button.
I'm just gonna...
Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you! Do it again! Do it again!
Fine.
Jim.
I'm happy.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Hup. Everywhere's gonna be a button.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
I'm not gonna read that one. The baby is all grown up. I'm not going to the bugger room just yet. Jump circle and infinite home. What's this? Collect them all.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
1 of 6.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game, and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yes.
Here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Wait, the jump circle's gone! I'm free! Maybe there's some power missing? Doesn't look like it. Me,
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2. Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already. Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Oh,
Oh, for heaven! You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal.
I'm sorry!
Would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly,
I'm a little
I
dizzy.
didn't make an infinite hole. I think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about. And I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
I'm pressing
Still
triangle.
nothing? Well,
What the fuck?
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
I
You get to be with
can
the
just
hole.
climb up.
I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of your trip.
Wait, is this an ending? Oh god. I fucked up now. That hole was... it was tipsy. Do I hear music? What's this? What the... I'm fucking tripping out. Bye-bye, surface. Hello, door. Change your perspective.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer.
Oh, wow. Oh, he's upside down.
Stanley? Stanley!
Oh,
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the
sorry,
looks
sir.
of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole. And I'm looking forward to all of them.
Wait,
Stay
wait!
alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-poo.
Wait, let's get that free trophy! Let me out! Oh god, I don't have any jumps! That can't be good! No! Shit. I need to get back to that expo hall. I'm back!
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Oh, I'm not doing that shit again. That hole was fucking trippy. That means I explored every content that is out there. Wait, let me check. Merch. Oh yeah, that... See, that free trophy machine still works. See, that free trophy machine works now. Come on. Shit. I'll come back later then. Don't go in that hole again.
So, I've checked the black hole. Check epilogue. Did jumps. Okay, that slider champion's pissing me off. Slider champion. For this trophy, you need to go into options. Or main menu and select every possible slider inside the menu. At this rate, a simple task all you need to go to is DJ. Oh, go to DJ on settings until every DJ is this, I think. The possible number. Never rush the guide. I'm utter lost. Oh, okay. Oh, it's to go back and forth. Okay. Oh, the labels are also sliders. Oh, okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called Bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2. All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now? So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay,
There's a Stanley... There's
hold on.
Stanley figures
Let me do a
coming down
different
there!
arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
Oh boy.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own.
Let me down there!
They would need the
Let me grab
structure
those
and the
two.
gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Wait, ain't that the
Would it possibly
I'm
work?
tripping balls.
I suppose it could, but it would
I'm
need
seeing my
a really,
oh
really
my
tremendous
God, I
title
look
screen.
sexy.
A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction,
Let me
this
jump
is
in,
the Stanley
grab it.
Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Wait. Oh, I had to do I have to reboot the game? Oh, no, wait. The narrator rebooted for me. I started the new route, so that means Whoa. I'm tripping balls. So I need to start a new game in this sequel. I'm pretty sure the image has changed as well. So this is still technically considered Ultra Deluxe, but the new features have been added already.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big...
All of them's been put in. Wait. One of them's got to be leading to that meeting.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Anonymous meeting. Oh, there's the bucket. I'm not doing his route. That route. Oh, I can't go through there or there. I gotta let this game to rest. There's that anonymous meeting.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
It changed!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I hear it!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yeah, I got it right. Okay, the next one is in his office. Collected one. Now I have two. Two become one.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, that's... So the next one will probably be in the alternate route.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
No, I
Was
did.
the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Gotcha!
Okay, I'm going back
Mighty
to the
jump,
name of these
mighty
little Stanley
kick,
figurines.
mighty
And now I'm torn
action.
between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me settle it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I need to know how to practice the mighty jump. So it'll probably still be registered. So let's do blow up. I haven't done the blow up ending with any item. So why not? Let's do the blow up ending with the bucket, and then I'll go back to my usual flurry.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate.
1, 2, 3.
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
The last two.
Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered.
I can't crouch! Crouch it up! Damn it! Oh yeah, because I'm out of jumps.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst
I
into
can do the
tears
original.
as Stanley
I do
cradled
it
it gently,
there.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
I don't want to do everything with the fucking bucket. No. I need to do everything else. I have, like...
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do
I don't know.
or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Sounds like a cool, fun trip. Plus, I'm not gonna do the damn thing with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
Huh?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel
Where did I put my
every time
phone?
I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest
Instead of study.
when I set it down.
Far from being packed. And then
It doesn't
the last one is
make
in the bathroom
sense.
between the red and blue door.
There's no explanation for it.
I think.
Still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
The fuck?
This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Wait, I think some of these are foreshadowing of Crows' other games. Huh. This is either their VR game or... I don't know. But I did bought the other game. Now this is gonna bite me in the ass. So one last Daniel Accra, then reset the game. Okay, what did the bucket place?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I think I'm quickly doing the game.
Said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the
Lift me
bucket.
up.
Now
Cargo.
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop, Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
Oh.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
Fuck.
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this
Oh,
point.
we're doing the
which,
bucket.
If that's true,
Oh.
well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, I fucked up. Don't grab the bucket to reach figure 6. Whoops. That was my problem. That was my bad. Whoops. I don't want to do the bucket that is or is not a bucket route.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken.
No, bring these
When
buckets.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Actually, I'm gonna reset the name
Now
again.
listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
It still says Ultra Deluxe, never mind. I think I'm about to finish the story. Jeez. So, I think I need to test this. I think sooner or later I have to test my memory. Sequel is paused. Resume game. You got me.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figures. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Now remembering when Stanley found the figurines. Now this is gonna test my memory. Because I've been streaming this for quite a while now. Oh, they changed it. Okay. Now, I'm going to take a picture of all 3 of these trophies. One of these days, there's going to have to be a Game Awards trophy right fucking there. But for now, let's get to go.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Fountains of the Madness
And
room.
here was a second Stanlerine. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6, but you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Here we go. I found the step.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Over there.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Okay, next it.
Let's see, what came next?
I don't remember getting one
Oh
here.
yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Now it's the cargo lift room.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
I'm surprised that you compiled this, Kevin. Wait, how can I get up though? All of them should have been made by Kevin Braley.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Ah, this one. Oh.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other.
Backwards?
Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Can I go back? Oh, I can't. Shit. Well. You're in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Now, there has got to be another...
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen.
What
Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Whoa! Kevin!
Okay, yes. The room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Jesus!
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
And it was the pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Pink room. That could be from either I think it was that VR game that is on my PlayStation, so I don't know. Okay, and then it was...
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Well, I can't go to boss's office, cause it's not non-existent. Then we went down to Hex Zone.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Calm down. You're kind of hurting my heart.
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
What the? It's fusing the two! What the hell?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Oh, God.
Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories. Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Did I unlock Epilogue already?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
So that means Epilogue could be unlocked. And I'm surprised that he altered the loading screen. One last few. We're back.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes?
Exalt.
Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
No longer active. The new content door, the bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay, let's do...
Stanley touched the bucket tightly to his...
Yeah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I'll do confusion with...
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Wait!
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he
No,
unthinkingly
Bucket's
did
past that
whatever
point.
the
I
bucket
can't do the
asked.
red door. Do the game testing with Bucket. Shit.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless...
I was a dumbass. But I'm gonna check the menu. I'm just humming something in my head. Sure, I'm pissing on the original creator's grave, but phone.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay, I need to grab that bucket so I can do the murder bucket ending.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the bucket around. Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of...
No! Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Random voice jump cut.
All of his co-workers were gone.
So that
what could it mean?
Quick menu. Is epilogue available? Oh, it's not. I can't access epilogue yet until I get baby dot. Can I at least do game testing? Please? How the hell